Okay. Sorry. Loud. Yeah. I think looks like just about everybody has come back. We have a few minutes before we have our lunchtime. And so, as I said, this to me is where really the excitement and the fun and the interesting part of this work begins, starting with an invention. What is it? Is it unique? Why is it better? Where does it fit in the world? What is it going to do? What problems will it solve? And we go from there. And this is so interesting. And this is where it all starts. And this is really the heart of our work. So, as I said, I wanted to give you all a little chance to see this process. So the first assignment I asked, what questions would you ask the inventor? Now I realize you don't have, I won't know your question unless you do it in English. I won't know because we don't have their microphones. And this doesn't work, does it? Does it? Yeah, they could come up here.
One. Just press. Yeah. Okay. I just want to ask the answer for your first question. I just want to ask how long this pyramid can be usable. Like all microbes are dying, and also we all know that they have life, some excrements and etc. Probably some bad things. How long it will work, first of all, and when microbes will die, and what you could do with all dirt that they will stay here in this pyramid. Thank you.
Yes. So the question and essentially is, how long will this system survive before it stops working, before it dies? It's alive. How long will it survive? So this is one of the important questions. Common sense questions that occur to you when you look at an invention and you talk to the inventor. You start asking these questions that, depending upon the answer, will have a small or very big impact on its viability as a potential commercialization opportunity. So if I said to you, this device with these microbes, it'll live for a full week. What do you think? Is that a viable technology, a viable commercialization opportunity? A whole week. I see your head shaking. No. Obvious. Why would you want it for a week? As a toy, maybe? What if I said, well, the inventor has only tested it for 2 years and it works for 2 years. What do you think now? I see a yes. Yes. Maybe. I think it's a maybe. If the system works for 2 years, that's pretty good. But maybe it's not long enough. I'm not sure. It means it's maybe a limitation we have. And every invention has its limitations. It has its disadvantages. One of the things we also have to face is any negatives. And we don't always just look only at the positives. We also have to look at the negatives because they can have a big impact on the commercialization process. And we need to know how to design commercialization process to mitigate or reduce those kinds of negative factors. What's another question you might ask the inventors? That's a good one. How long does it live? Okay, here's a question.
Maket ko'rilganmi yo bu просто nazariy jihatdan taklif qilinyaptimi? O'sha birinchi savolim shu bo'lsa kerak. Asos.
So the main question would be whether it is a material something or just a theoretical idea was provided. The sample. Do you have the material example that you can touch?
Everybody understood that question. Is this just an idea, theoretical idea, or do you have actual working models, actual working samples? Yeah. That's very clearly a question you want to ask the inventor. Because many times the inventions are just a good idea. If they say it's just an idea, then it's very risky. Will it work? But if the inventor says, oh, I've made 10. Here they are. Come in my lab. See those 10? They're working. Risk goes way down. So you always ask, have you verified? Have you validated? At what level? How much experimentation? It doesn't mean we won't take a technology and pursue it if the risk is high because the validation is low. Each technology we take on a case-by-case basis. We look at the facts and we go, this is one we should pursue, even though it's maybe theoretical. Some are theoretical, but they're so creative and have so much potential. We'll work on those. A very good question. We call it, I was explaining to the working group yesterday, technology readiness level, TRL. Do you know technology readiness level? This is a tool that was originally developed by the US government to evaluate and characterize the stage of development of a technology. 0 is only an idea, theoretical only. 1 is, a proof of principle, one experiment. 2, maybe a couple of experiments. 3, 4, pilot scale. 5, we've made many and we tested all the parameters, etc. So we use that tool to evaluate the technology and decide where it is. Because when we talk to the partner, the company partner, they want to know what's the level of development so they know how much money they will invest to take it further. And the more advanced technologically it is, the lower the risk, the higher the value. So really good question. Another question.
For that, we have some patent or.
Is it on?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Let's suppose that, for example, we have some patent, or already some invention. If I change some part of the patent, for example, in this part, for example, I use some another microbe for implementing this kind of lighting. Can I get some new patent, or
Yeah.
can I call it a new invention or not?
This is one of the most important questions for all of us, and that is, if we can get a patent, and in this scenario, I'm saying you can, on these features here, the good question is, if somebody changes a little bit, can they go around our patent? Because if they can, the value of our patent is lower. So our work is always to think, can we protect with, we call them the claims. In our patent world, the value of the patent is in the value of the claims, and the claims, we say it's like the boundary in owning property. You know, if you own a house, you have a property line, and you see, we call it the deed. You can see the property line. That's what a patent claim is. And so we work very hard to make sure that our claim on your invention will cover it effectively. Always a good question, and each one is always a little different. Sometimes it's close, sometimes it's very comfortable, but it's the work we have to do. Working with the inventor, working with what we call the prior art and the patent law. Yeah, and the better we are at it, the more value we have in what we can license to the company. Because if we have a nice claim, nice and broad, and no one can easily get around it, no way, the value goes up and the company has to pay us more. That's the simple answer. All these are good questions. You're using your, just good judgment. Good judgment, good common sense. And that's where it starts. I have a couple of questions that I would ask that I haven't heard yet. Anybody want to try? Any other question? Well, one of the questions I would ask is, can you scale it up? Many inventions from universities are great in the laboratory. You can make 1 or 2 or 3, but it's not feasible to manufacture hundreds or thousands. It's a question of manufacturing. And I think many of you are manufacturing engineers. You know that it's not easy to go from here to massive production. And frequently our inventors, that's not their experience. So they don't think about scale up. But that's what we have to think of. Common sense. scale up. Now, those of us who do tech transfer are not experts in every field. We're good at IP, we're good at technology generally, we're good at negotiations, business development, etc. But I'm not an expert in manufacturing of plastics. So how do I deal with that? I talk to people in the industry. Maybe you talk to my colleague who's in the other building who knows plastics manufacturing. I ask her questions. I ask him questions. But I say, I'm going to go talk to someone in industry. So we're always talking. That's why I want our private sector to come in and join us. We want to talk to them so we can talk about things like manufacturing. So that's one thing. Can we make many of these little lights? And related to that, what if here's the question, the inventor won't know the answer, but how much does it cost to make one of these? Because if the inventor says, oh, if you don't mind me, I'm going to use dollars, okay? Because I still don't know your currency well enough. If the inventor says, well, it costs me about $5 to make one. What's that, 50,000? 50,000 of your currency? Sold. Soms, 50,000 som. What do you think? Okay? Because you're thinking, well, will people buy it if you could double the price? 10,000 som. You can make a profit. But if he says, yes, I think it will cost about 1 million som to make one. Now we have a problem. Yeah. And these are the kind of thoughts that you go through, the kind of evaluation we go through. Now we get creative and we believe, those of us who do this, we believe in technology and we want to help it and we want to do everything we can to help it be successful. Mostly you need to find a partner who will take the risk with you, company risk. Two other questions I have about this. One is it safe? What if it breaks? These are microbes. It's in your house and it falls over and it splashes in your eyes and you're blinded. To me, nothing is more worrisome than a new technology hurting people. That's a problem for many reasons. So one of the things we always have to face is issues like human health and safety, environmental health and safety. Now, we don't have to answer every one of these questions in an institution. That's why we need our private sector partner to say, we're going to hand you this technology. We don't know if it's safe yet. And they'll say, okay, you're expecting us to go find out about safety? Yes, that's your responsibility. We'll help you, but that's something you'll do. We'll help you. But it's something we need to be aware of, is not only the benefits of an invention, but also some of the potential risks or downside. One last question I always like to ask. So I told you that I love inventors, and I think they're just such a unique subspecies of the human race. And I always like to know why they invent, what makes them invent. I'm fascinated by that. And so I always ask them, how did you make this invention? What were you thinking? What led up to the creation of this invention? And just tell me the story. Tell me the story of your invention. And it is almost always fascinating. And not only that, but the inventor, you become a really good partner with the inventor when they tell you about their baby, because these inventions are the brain children of inventors. And we treat those inventions with respect. Even when they're not viable and we say no, we still treat them with respect, that they are creative, they're interesting. And one of the things we've learned with inventors is that if you treat them right, with respect and dignity, we never laugh at their inventions. Sometimes they are kind of funny. Some inventions are, but they're sweet, interesting. If you treat an inventor right, in the process of saying, I'm sorry, this invention doesn't have viability, we won't pursue it. They say, thank you so much for educating me about this process. I'm going to go away and I'm going to make a better invention. Happens all the time. After the first interaction with an inventor and they walk away, we didn't pursue it. They come back 6 months later and go, I've got one for you now. Check this one out. Now, sometimes it's still not good, but you develop a relationship and inventors will come back. So I think we'll end. And actually, I think your turn. Any questions, any comments for me? Great, okay. Did you?
So I apologize for my slides being in English. Though this is certainly the most magnificent screen for projection I have ever seen in my life. It's amazing. And we will send you the Russian translation of these slides after the seminar is over. So I'm going to talk about invention and intellectual property management. I'm going to start to go into some of the details of the process. I want to thank Dick, because a lot of input here. And my original thinking on this was stimulated by this man, Brett Cornwell, at the Institute for Creative Capitalism at the University of Texas. And since the word capitalism really doesn't go over well on a university, we call it IC squared, but it is a big innovative organization. So again, the people who were here yesterday, I apologize, I showed this slide yesterday. Now, this is my version of what Dick showed earlier, but I see it as a closed cycle, a virtuous cycle. So it starts with research in public sector research institutes, universities, government laboratories. In the US and in Europe, teaching hospitals do a lot of research and they generate inventions. There are not-for-profit research institutes, they generate inventions. So we have a lot of research, we get a lot of research results. But scientists are basically trained to do science, to design their experiments, conduct their experiments, interpret the results, publish those results, graduate their students, go to conferences in very nice places in the summer and present their results. They're not trained to think about the applications of their research, what it might do in the real world. And for that, it's necessary to have an educational process to reach out to inventors, not inventors at this point, but faculty, and just say, hey, have you thought about this? And we have to educate them to think about what their research can do for the wider world. And if that happens, eventually they'll start to think, yes, this might happen. I'm sure Dick's inventor was investigating and writing detailed scientific papers about bioluminescence. And suddenly he had the thought, hey, if I put this in an enclosed system, I can get free light for people. It can store up energy from the sunlight in the daytime and release it at night. And it's free. It's a closed cycle. It's free. And so he writes that down and he sends it to Dick, and they start to evaluate it. So that's an invention disclosure. Next, we have to do what you just started to do with Dick, to evaluate that invention. Because we get a lot of invention disclosures that come in. Once you get this process going, but once you train scientists to think about it and show them that something will happen as a result of their thoughts, they'll start to do it more. And sometimes I've had professors who had a problem in their research and they solved that problem. And that solution was an invention disclosure. But when I say to them, well, how many people have the same problem that you did? They say, well, maybe 10, 20 researchers around the world. That is not a market. That is not a viable market. So we have to be selective. And today, when I've completed this go around the cycle, I'm going to talk in some detail about this evaluation process. So as I say, we have to evaluate. Based on that evaluation, we select. We say, this one looks promising. I'm going to invest the time and effort to apply for a patent on it, apply for a plant variety protection certificate, something like that. Now, at this point, we have to start to think about finding a partner. And before that, we have to think about the invention, how we want to commercialize it. Is it something that everybody's going to want? If we get an improvement in a lithium-ion battery that makes it more efficient, every lithium-ion battery company in the world is going to want it. We would probably license that non-exclusively. On the other hand, it might be something that needs a lot of investment to get it ready to go to the market. In that case, we're probably going to have to license it exclusively to one company so that that company has the incentive to make that investment, knowing that they will have sole possession of the market afterwards. Maybe we have to decide, is this something that established companies can accept and be prepared to develop? Or is it so novel that we're going to need to start a new company that can just focus on it? So we have to do that exercise. And then we can start marketing the technology. Because companies don't beat a path to your door. They won't come and talk to you and say, hey, what have you got? They might do if they've seen a publication. I had that once. You published an article about a new lung diagnostic. And I got a phone call from some company. Hey, we saw Dr. Smith's paper. We'd like to license it. And I thought, oh my goodness, I've never heard of Dr. Smith. Don't say we missed that one. So we talked about it and we found that Dr. Smith was the graduate student who had done the work. And I had dealt with the laboratory chief, Dr. Jones, and we did have an application and we could license them. That was a nasty moment. But you really need to market your technologies. A famous quote from Professor Kahoon that I like to quote frequently. I don't often do it when he's around. I say, he said, technology transfer without technology marketing is like clapping with one hand. I don't hear very much, do you? Not very much is happening. You have to market your technologies. Hopefully, you get an expression of interest. Now, I'll let you into another dark secret of technology transfer. Marketing is hard. And Lita Nelson, who ran technology transfer at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, one of the finest technology transfer organizations in America, once famously said, a hot academic technology is one that two companies are interested in. Generally, if you get one company interested, you're really excited and you start to talk about them, which of course limits you when you get to the negotiation process because you don't have an alternative. You can say, no, that's not acceptable, I'm out of here. And if you don't have an alternative, and they don't say, oh, well, perhaps we can listen to you, you have to come crawling back, and they know they've got you. So it's very difficult, but you get your expression of interest. Now you're going to start negotiations. But before you have to do that, you've got to have some idea of what this technology is worth. What are you going to say to this company when they establish they really want it? How much are we going to get paid? When? How? So you have to do that. And then you can start your detailed negotiations. Now, I got to tell you, this is my favorite part of tech transfer. I love negotiating. I love it. And when you're in technology transfer, you negotiate for a living. It's so much fun. You get better and better at it. First few times you make a mistake and you can't get out from it. Once it's on the table, it's there. You finish up, you do the best you can. The next negotiation, they don't know that you messed up the last time. You have a clean sheet of paper. You don't make the same mistake again. So we have our negotiation, and normally the negotiation focuses on two things: money and the commitment they will make to the technology, how much they will invest, where they will get to by certain dates, so that you can track that they are really investing in developing this technology. And you write this down and you come up with what we call a term sheet, which summarizes the agreements you've reached. You both sign it, but it's not legally binding. Then we give that to some lawyers. We might even do it ourselves if we have a very good standard form of license agreement. And we put these terms in our license agreement. By the way, I don't think we talked today, Dick, about not selling, have we? So we talk about licensing. If you think about when you need somewhere to live, you've got two choices, really. You can buy a place or you can rent a place. If you buy the place, it's yours. The previous owner has no more rights. It's yours. All the problems are now yours. Or you can rent the place where somebody else owns it, but you have the right to live there for however long you've agreed in the lease, as long as you pay the rent. And perhaps you have to do other things like take the garbage out once a week, cut the grass. Who knows what you and the owner have agreed. In patent terms, selling your patent is called an assignment. the owner of a patent, it is assigned to them. If you sell it, you sign it over, it's assigned to somebody else. Licensing is like renting. I still own the patent, but I give you the right to develop it, as long as you do things, as long as you make the investment you promised me to, as long as you make the payments you told me you would. Okay, that's the bargain. In America, we only license, because that's a consequence of the law that set this up. It meant that we can only license, we can't assign. Other countries, they don't have that protection, and there is some pressure to assign. Resist it, only license. I like to say, I've made many mistakes in my life, in my technology transfer career, but I like to think I don't make the same mistake twice. Who was it, Dick, you said defined wisdom as not making the same mistake twice? Oh, yeah, the great philosopher, Willie Nelson. You know him, the folk singer? Okay. Wisdom is not making the same mistake twice. I got to confess to you, I did assign a technology twice. Same disaster both times. Why I did it the second time, I don't know. I did not do it a third time. I learned eventually. So there we are. We have our term sheet. We put the terms into our license agreement, and we finish up with a signed deal. Hooray. We're around the most difficult part. Now something happens. The university is kind of out of it now, because now the product development phase starts, and that's done completely by the licensee company. And they go do what they told us they do. I'll tell you, if it's a drug, something like that you've licensed, it's going to take 10, 12 years till they can prove to a regulatory agency, the FDA, the EMEA, JDA, that the drug is safe and effective and it's free to be put on the market. So in this time, the university, the PSRI, needs to be constantly monitoring the company. Part of the deal will be they send you an annual report of progress. Did you get that report? You send it to the inventor. Here's where they are. Did they get to these points where they said they would at the right time? Did they make the payments they said they would make? You have to keep on top of it. Eventually, the product gets in the market and they start paying you revenues on sales, royalties, some percentage of their sales, some amount of money for each unit they sell, whatever you and they have agreed on. And this is where the virtual cycle gets completed, because the university gets that money, and the IP policy that it has will specify who gets what. A common formula in America and Europe is that the inventors get a third, the university gets a third for research, the university gets a third to cover the costs of technology transfer. But some of that money goes back into research, and we get this virtuous cycle where we do the research, we do the commercialization, and revenues flow back into more research, and the process goes on. And over the course of the next 2 to 3 years, that Dick and I and CLDP and perhaps other experts come here, we will take you through these various steps in the process, because our starting assumption is that in Uzbekistan, you are not doing this yet, And so the skills to do all these things aren't there. But believe me, they can be taught. And we will come here and we will give you the tools to allow you to do this. So technology commercialization, let's think about it philosophically. Academic inventions are embryonic. What's an embryo? It's a tiny thing that has the potential to grow into something much bigger if it's carefully nurtured. So an academic invention is something very basic, and it can grow into something much bigger. We don't know if it's going to work on scale. Dick said, maybe BioLite, he's only made 10. We don't know if you can make 1,000. We don't know if you can grow enough of this mixture of bugs to make 1,000, 100,000, whatever. And we don't know if anybody's going to buy it. I'll tell you what I think the fatal flaw in BioLite is. That is the need to shake it every 2 or 3 days. Yeah, it's lovely to have free light, but after a month, am I still going to be shaking it every 2 or 3 days? I don't know. So we don't know the market demand until we can make some and put them in people's hands and come back 3 months later and say, so how'd it go? Did you shake it every 3 days? Did you get your kids to shake it every 3 days? Did you drop it and break it when you were shaking it? How does it work? We just don't know at this point. And commercialization is all about risk reduction. And the technology evaluation is the first round of risk reduction. And there will be later rounds of risk assessment and reduction all the time. And these times you go through the exercise of assessing the risk are generally tied to when you do a deal. And let's say you license it to a small company and they do development work, and then they want to partner with a big company, there'll be another round of assessment at that point. Or the other time that you do an assessment of risk is when this company wants to raise money to develop the technology. And I think a good, robust technology assessment system is the foundation of a tech transfer office. You'll find all the experts running offices in the US have some form of technology assessment. I call mine the first look technology assessment. And I used to teach this course in Japan, intensive summer course, where the first week we just did a first look technology assessment. I taught a 4-credit MBA course at Boston University. And the first 7 weeks, we did a first look technology assessment on a new technology, just like BioLite. And my system was derived from Brett Cornwell's quick look technology assessment methodology. Dick Cahoon's, he calls his the 10-point technology scoring system. Did I get that right? I didn't, did I? TPTST, we'll get there. So this is a really, really important graph. This is the relationship between the value of something and the risk in it. So as risk goes down, value goes up. So when we're licensing a technology, we're all the way over there on the left. The risk is highest, the value is lowest. And what we want to see is the risk coming down and the value going up. And this is one of the reasons why you don't want to sell your technologies, but to license them. Because if you sell it, you're going to be all the way over there on the left when the value is lowest. And what we do in our license negotiation is we structure it to get as much of the value out at the end where the risk is lowest. In fact, when the product's in the market, the risk is gone, right? And so we want to get paid as much as we can later in the process. And when we talk about valuation, I'll show you examples of that and how it should guide your negotiations. So this first look technology assessment template that I use, it's a critical step in the technology transfer process. You got to do it up front, because otherwise you make bad decisions. As I said, you get all these, when you've done a good job and you've educated your inventors and they start sending you stuff, you'll get swamped. At Boston University, we got about 100 disclosures a year, 2 a week, twice a week, something new came in. Dick said at the end of his time at Cornell, it was 250 invention disclosures a year, which is 2 every working day, right? No, 1 every working day. So 5 a week. You've got to have a system to quickly evaluate them. Otherwise, what happens? The inventor calls you up 2 months later and says, what's happening? And all you can do is say, well, we're going to file a patent on it. And that may be a good decision. It may be a bad decision, but it's going to A, involve cost. 2, it's going to involve effort from the professor, because they have to be very involved in helping the lawyers prepare the patent, file the patent, and then argue with the patent examiner to get the patent allowed. And if at the end of the day, you don't get the patent because of prior art, then it's all wasted. And your inventor will be mad at you because you've wasted his time. And you don't have a good reason to explain to the faculty why you're not going to go ahead. So it kicks the can down the road, as we say in America. You make the decisions later. And if the technology is no good, you're going to have to face up to it eventually. And the faculty will be more disappointed if they've put a lot of work into the patenting effort. So the process, the methodology, I think you need to develop an actual written report that you can give to people. And then I think we need to quantify this to get into a system. And then we need to see how the quantitation translates into outcomes. And I'll talk, if I have time, about some of our experiences. So we want to start with a technology description. We need to come up with the value proposition, what this will do for people in the real world. We need to have a vision of what products will flow from this. We need to look at the potential markets. We actually want to start talking to people and say, hey, we've got this BioLite. Talk to a lamp bulb manufacturer and say, hey, we've got this closed circuit thing that you don't need to plug into the electricity. Would you be interested? What they have to say is going to be very, very important. We need to see what competing technologies and the competition is. Our BioLite might have been very attractive when all you had was incandescent bulbs, and it cost you 75 watts of electricity to produce that much light. Might have been very attractive then, but now we have LEDs, and it's only 12 watts of electricity to produce as much light. Does that reduce the competitiveness of this? Who knows? We have to define it. And then we need to come up with what are the barriers to market entry. Dick's case said there's only 5 big light bulb manufacturers worldwide. I think if we can't get one of them interested, we might be having a tough time. How far along is it? What's it going to take to reduce the risk? What's it going to cost to make 1,000 of these and just leave them there and see how long they last? And then, really importantly, what's the intellectual property status? Are we going to be able to get a patent? And then how are we going to get it to market? If we can't get one of those 5 big light bulb manufacturers to take it on, can we start a little company? And it does the development work and start selling them, perhaps at specialty shops. And eventually one of those big 5 says, hey, that guy's getting quite some sales. Perhaps I should get interested. So what's the pathway to market? So we start at the beginning, and in real life, this is a never-ending process. As I said, we'll go around this loop multiple times. So I think when you've done this, before you take action, before you say to the faculty, nope, we're not going to go forward, you need to show him or her the results of your research. Say, here's what I found. Did I miss something? Did I get the market wrong? Did I get the inventiveness wrong? Did I get the potential wrong? If the faculty member can't pick a hole in your methodology, or can't pick a hole in the data you got, they can't argue with you. They understand why you are saying no. And either they'll come back in 6 months' time and say, hey, I solved that thing you showed me. Or they'll say, yeah, this has gone as far as it can get. And as Dick said, they come back 6 months later, but now look at this new one. If they see that you are giving their work serious consideration and research effort, they will come back. Okay. And as Dick said, it's all about trying to work out if the technology will work in the real world. And if it does, if anybody will care. Faculty will have thought through the science. What they propose will be technically and scientifically feasible. But will it be practically feasible? So in my course in Japan one year, we had this scientist who was lamenting how the silk industry, the production of silk, had left Japan and had gone to China. And he wanted to revive the Japanese silk industry. And he came up with a way to genetically engineer silkworms so that they could make some unique silks. And to implement this, you had to extract the silk gland from an individual worm. Yeah, you can do that in the laboratory. Can you do millions of silkworms, pluck out their little silk gland? I don't think so. But he hadn't thought about that. That wasn't his job. Could he successfully engineer a silk gland so it made these unique silks? Yes, he could. Yes, he had. And so he comes and talks to us about it. Is there a market? Does the invention fill an unmet market needs? That was the next question. How special would his silks have been? Would people pay more for them? If he could have a naturally colored silk, that was one of his innovations, not a dyed silk. Do people care about that? Would they pay more? Who knows at this point? And then are we going to get a patent or other protection? Who's the competition? And as Dick said, will it work on a large scale? Can it be scaled up and made economically? And what are the regulatory barriers to market and the commercial pathway? So how you do this is first get a complete description of the technology and how it translates into products and services. I got to say, I thought that was a pretty good initial invention disclosure. He said how he did it. Didn't tell us how he grew up the cultures and blended them and whatever, but that's a detail we can get to, but that was a pretty good description. So you talked to the inventor. You all came up with good questions to ask the inventor. Then you need to assess the stage of development of technology and where it goes from here. You talk to the inventor. He's got a good idea of what it takes to go forward. You need to search for competing patents or prior art. You talk to the inventor. We'll talk more about this. I'm going to talk about patent searching. You need to identify potential markets and competing products. You start doing secondary research, finding out the research that already exists, identifying end users, distributors, potential licensees. Then you move on and you do primary research. That's when you pick up the phone. Okay, so we send out an email, something like that initially, to talk to people who are expert and their companies and get their reaction to what we've come up with. And then you write the report and fill in the holes if necessary and prepare to make a presentation of it. So when you talk to the inventor, it's really critical. You've got to establish a positive relationship with the inventor. Interpersonal relationships are everything. Somebody once said, you only have one opportunity to make a good first impression. Your job is not to critique the science. That's the inventor's job. He will always know more about the science than you did, even if he's in the biology department and your PhD was in biology. He will know more, she will know more about the science than you do. Your job is to work with the inventor and help them understand what the science can do. So you need to keep the door open, follow-up questions that you didn't think of at the time that come from the further research you do. You want to get the benefit of their thinking because they've been thinking about this for a long time. It's been their life, 2-3 years, and they know the market. They understand the science, but you're the one who knows, can help them think through what the science can do, how it's superior, what are the competitive approaches. You want their thoughts on the most attractive applications of the technology. Perhaps the inventor thinks it's for the home, but your research says, no, this has got real application in streetlights, something like that. Don't know how you shake a streetlight, but you come up with a system. So you take their thoughts, you test them, perhaps you agree with them, perhaps you come up with different approaches. You want their help on patent searching. What are the key terms to search for? Are there other terms that other people might use that capture those concepts? Because science kind of coalesces on a common terminology fairly quickly. But in the early days, different laboratories might call the same thing something quite different. And you might need to use different terms in your patent searching. As I say, what is the stage of development? Their thoughts on where we go from here. What are the key proof of principle experiments that need to be done? How expensive will those experiments be? And how are we going to fund them? You need to be well prepared with specific questions. What distinguishes it from the prior art? Now, they will have done the scientific prior art. They will know if anybody has published on this, but my guess is they probably haven't searched the patent prior art. So that's something we're going to have to do. Now, what's the needed development time and resources? What are the limitations? When doesn't it work? If you have a cloudy day, Will our BioLight still absorb enough energy to glow through the night? Or will it not? Start with a bullet summary in your head and see if it changes. And be ready to be surprised that you completely misunderstood. That initial discussion is usually very illuminating. Don't take anything but the science at face value and be judicious with their time. We write a report. These are the sections of the report that we're going to identify in the course of our research. So the first thing you have to do is what I call productization. What are the products that or services that will flow from this invention? You've got to visualize the products that the science leads to. Scientists send us raw disclosures, very detailed on the science, light on how it's going to work in the real world. There'll probably be hints of a product. In some areas, let's say life sciences, they've got a diagnostic test for colon cancer. That's about the market. If it's a novel material coming from material science, there might be all sorts of different markets and applications. There may be all sorts of different points in the value chain that you could enter. So more complex. There really won't be a value proposition. A scientist will not have said, here's how this improves on what's before, and here's the value of it, why people will want it. And industry buys products. It's user-oriented. You need clear benefits. There needs to be a value proposition. It's got to be competitive. So you have to understand the technology, which, as I say, means meeting with the inventor, perhaps the graduate student, the postdoc. And once you've done that, it'll let you imagine what kind of products can be created. Sometimes they might be different from the inventor's vision. So in my class at BU, one of the technologies we gave them was one that the university had invested quite a lot of money on. It was a point of care diagnostic using DNA technology that liberated the DNA from the cells and then ran it through microchannels and came out with a test result. Kind of, well, no, it wasn't like the ELISA test we had for COVID. After a week of working on it, the student team called me up and said, we'd like to meet with you. And when we met, they said, we don't think the right market for this technology, the novelty, the inventiveness was in the DNA extraction technology. They said, we don't think we should just apply that to one specific diagnostic test. We think there is a market for that DNA extraction technology by itself. And I thought, oh my, this is difficult. We've put a lot of investment into this, but we arrange a meeting with the inventor, and she says, well, I completely agree with you. I never wanted to create a point of care test, but I was told I had to commercialize the technology. And so we went in a completely different direction, and everybody was happy. Then you got to look at everything through the eyes of the customer. Their most important decision is the decision to buy. And they buy things that satisfy their needs. If they're hurting, they buy a painkiller. They want to talk to their family, they buy a cell phone, and so on. And the challenge is to match the value of the science to the customer's needs. And the more closely aligned the need is, then the stronger the value proposition. So who's the customer? Yeah, not always an obvious question. Different people in different markets, different people at different points in the supply chain. It might be the person who pays for your product or service. Like in healthcare, in the US, that's an insurance company. It might be the person who uses your product or service. In the US, it might be a doctor. Maybe person who recommends your product or service. It's a new drug. It's a doctor. He's not going to take it, but he's going to write the prescriptions for other people to take it. It might be the person who delivers your product or service. You've got a new surgery machine or a new diagnostic machine. It might be a hospital that will buy it and install it in their operating room or in their diagnostic laboratory. And then you need to communicate the value proposition. You need to briefly describe how the technology works. What's the product? Focus on the unique scientific merits and why it's better than what came before. What is the unmet need? That's the key question. Don't get into great detail, use scientific jargon. Don't give away all the enabling details. Don't explain how it works. Explain what it can do. And when you do this, this will enable you to write the initial description of the technology that you will use in marketing it. I've talked about this concept of the value proposition. It's the value of the benefits that are received or seen to be perceived by the customer. And the customer defines and evaluates value. And there's an equation. Value is the benefits minus the costs. So your new product has these new attributes and you think people are going to want to buy it. Let's say you're a cell phone company and you're launching a phone that has 5G capability. And we think people are going to want to buy that. There are benefits. Well, first of all, I got to tell you, I still have a 4G phone and I haven't seen much limitation. So I'm not sure how much I'm going to pay for a 5G phone. But even if I do decide I want to buy a 5G phone, it's going to have a cost to me because I've already got a very nice 4G phone and I'm going to have to throw that away. So I get my benefits, but there are costs. And there's only two ways you can increase value. You can either increase the benefits that your product delivers, or you can lower the costs of them. So you need to describe the invention and the inventiveness. Does it clearly describe the invention, what it is, how it works? Is it a must-have or a nice-to-have? What we want are must-haves, not nice-to-haves. Are we having trouble with the translation? Are you having trouble? Okay. And I think this is the last bit I'm going to talk about before lunch. The patentability of, yeah. So a lot of what we do in this business involves patents, full utility patents, petty patents. Is that what you call them in Uzbekistan, the lower level patents? Some countries they're called petty patents. Some countries they're called utility models or something like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, okay. There are two levels of analysis you need to do. The patentability of something, and this is all about us, our invention. How likely are we to get our patent issued? Is there prior art? Is it obvious? And the second level of analysis is what we call freedom to operate. That's about them, what's out there. Are there people who have dominating patents, patents that surround us? And if so, we're going to need a license to their patents to be able to practice ours. And in the first look technology assessment, we just look at patentability, our ability to get a patent. universities in America license their patents as is. In the license agreement, it says we make no representation, one, that it'll work, or two, that you'll be able to practice it without infringing the rights of others. You need to do that research. Now, the time when a university does think about freedom to operate is if we're going to start a new company. If we're going to do that, we'd better have a pretty good idea if we have freedom to operate. Otherwise, the first time somebody is interested in investing in this company, they are going to do that research and say, hey, you need that patent. If you get a license, come back and we'll talk some more, but otherwise, forget it. And prior art searching is one of the first steps in evaluating a technology. Are we going to be able to get the right sort of patent to protect the products we envision? So there are criteria for patents. Novelty. Is it new? Has anybody done it before? Is it useful? This is one that's really easy. I don't think I've ever seen a patent challenged on utility grounds. Is it non-obvious? This is the one that our scientists have most difficulty with. They know if they haven't seen anybody publish their result before, it's novel. And they're right. But a patent examiner may say, well, yeah, that's right, it's novel. Nobody's done it before. But they did this, and they did this. And what you did was take that, and you got your novel result. Well, it would have been obvious to anybody to combine these two and get that result. And that is the much more difficult argument. And you often find as patents get prosecuted, you overcome one objection, and then the examiner says, okay, you beat me there, I'll come up with another one and try and overcome this. So it's a non-ending battle. And it's novelty and non-obviousness that we look at in our prior art search. So there are search engines we use. You need to think about the search terms and the strategies. So the patent searches, these are the databases you want to go to. The US Patent and Trademark Office has a very good database. Not as good as it used to be. They screwed it up, but that's okay. There is the WIPO database. I'll show you these in a moment. The WIPO database is for patent cooperative treaty patent applications. That's when somebody wants worldwide patents. One of the great things about the WIPO database, from your point of view, you can search in Russian. Okay? Very helpful in Central Asia. There is the European Patent Office. They have a very good search engine. You can search for patents that have been filed and issued in European countries. And again, very good from your point of view. You can search that in Russian. Very helpful. And also, of course, this is kind of a global slide, you have the Eurasian Patent Office, where again, you can search in Russian, and that's going to be very helpful for you. And then there are non-patent searches when you have to search the scientific literature. So, that's the US Patent Office database. I'm sorry that that's out of date. They got rid of the good database and there's a new one. That's WIPO. That's the European Patent Office. Google Patents is primarily in the US Patent Office. Google did what the US Patent Office didn't. US Patent Office has digitized its records since 1975. Google has digitized them since the first patents. There are a couple of third-party sites. I'm not sure whether these are still operational. I tested them this morning. It might have been a slow response through the internet here, but there are some. I think between WIPO and the European Patent Office and the Eurasian Patent Office, that will give you what you need. So you need to use alternative terms. As I said, often at the beginning of a technology, different people use different terms for the same thing. So we got a invention disclosure at BU for a, what's the word I want? Keyhole surgery. Dick, what am I talking about? Yeah. Hmm? Yeah, endoscopic surgery, things like that, when they don't cut you open, but they thread something in. Laparoscopy, yeah. And whereas most of these go up a vein or an artery and into your heart or wherever, this was one that could go into your abdomen and be controlled. So our term was steerable needle, and we got no hits. Now, one of the lessons of technology transfer is if you ever come back and say there is no competition, you're wrong. If something's worth doing, there is competition out there somewhere, and you have to find it. So when we came blank with steerable needle, we used the term manipulator, and now we started to find things that were relevant. In the early days of nanotechnology, there was no term nanowires in the patent literature. We looked for terms like thin channels. Your inventors can help you. Might be helpful to know the academic labs that are in competition, and the inventors may have the best information. And the names of competitor companies. And again, the PI will know. And then you can look at who owns the patents you've already found, who's licensed the patents you've already found, and that will give you more information. And then you have to decide, is it patentable vis-a-vis the prior art? When you file a PCT application, you get an international search report, and that will tell you whether the Patent Cooperative Treaty thinks your invention is patentable. And certain references they give an X to, and that means your invention is not patentable over this prior art. So you have to have a pretty good argument. Is there an issued or pending patent on the invention? Do the claims effectively cover the invention? Will they be enforceable? In which countries do potential or existing patent claims exist? The European Patent Office will let you find the countries in which those patents have been filed as well. That's very, very helpful. Are there other types of IP possible existing? Could there be a trademark, copyright, plant breeders' rights, a trade secret, traditional knowledge? Is there a potential or existing bioproperty that may have value in commercializing the technology? What Dick calls the property control position. So I think I'm going to stop at that point, because I have found scientists are really good at doing prior art searches. You're used to searching the literature for things that are relevant to your research. And what you do in your prior art search is you do your first search and you find 10,000 patents. Well, nobody is going to read 10,000 patents. So you need to add more refinements to the search and narrow it down. You want to finish up with maybe 20 or 30 patents that you can look at and see whether they are claiming the same things that you are, if they're disclosing the identical things. We have trained graduate students to do this for us at Boston University. We used to hire them. We called them analysts. We paid them the graduate student rate. We could hire them for 10 hours a week in the term time, and we would give them full-time 40 hours a week in vacation. And we found that they could do one of these first look technology assessments in about 20 hours work. So 2 weeks of 10 hours a day. And we had tried using consultants to do this and negotiated a good rate. We found the students did a better job. And so we stopped using the consultants and we just used the students. It was good for us. It was good for the students. So I'll stop there. And other questions? Or do you just want lunch? If you just want lunch, that's a good answer. We could have lunch and take questions after lunch. That may be the inspired solution. Okay, you want your lunch, I understand. Yep, okay, thank you. One second. My name is James. So we're here today to together a technology transfer. Today, some of the elements transfer, property management, disclosure information. And the reason why I'm running this program is help execs and develop at least one technology for all. In execs that will define better how to protect your own property and how to commercialize. So far, the team has gone extremely well with execs and partner with the agency, with the development, and forward to the forward program. I didn't, they were talking, I couldn't tell whether probably more change. Well, I said, and I do the last couple days we've heard about
how much transfer. Intellectual property. The reason why. It's more than technology. It's not involved. It's so thin. My mother was an activist. And I, so I went out there. I just don't think that was not. That was the extra. Well, I've been on. It's a very there's some I'm saying everyone so we need to go got to go grab one.
А где стоять? Прям так? Вот так или с той стороны? Или же плаваю?
These are US or
Just 2 o'clock.
Wait a few, okay, we'll wait a little bit longer. Oh. Well, be careful what sounds you make.
If I'm talking from right here.
Yeah.
One,
sound check. Wow. Okay, good to know. Okay. Before we continue on with some of the subject that I want to talk about in my part 3, I want to ask you first if you have any questions or comments about anything we've talked about so far today. Nadra? Yes. She's coming.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So, first of all, thank you very much for this wonderful morning session. It was so informative and so interesting. And I think that today's participants, they are very lucky that you are those, you and Ashley are so team, and you have not only theoretical background, but also practical. And it's very big luck for us to have you today. Thank you very much for this. And I think that the participants, they should have this opportunity to use this opportunity effectively for their own interests and for their own development. This is a very important important output of these sessions today and yesterday. Thank you very much. And actually, I have a lot of questions, but just let me ask you one, and I want to make one comment, and then I want to ask you one question. My comment is that according to our previous session about what kind of questions should we ask inventors, is as more general description of our invention we present, the more questions we will have. The more detailed information about our invention we present, the less question we will have. I think, I guess like this. And my question is about could you please just share with us your experience with your transfer as a tech transfer organization? What kind of people you bring in your tech transfer organization to be those who are asking those questions to the inventor? And though your tech transfer organization are mostly in one field of study, like a biotechnology, or you can have more general tech transfer organization? This is my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nadra. I'm going to repeat the question so the interpreter. No, you got it? So this is really an excellent question about the kind of people that we have in our tech transfer office. We call, first of all, we have a central person. Well, there's always a director. We need to have a director, we think, and ideally full-time person who manages the tech transfer office. Every research university anywhere should have one full-time director. Now, that may not be very easy to do, but it's a goal. Many universities that we've known who are evolving in this process start with maybe they take a faculty and say, you'll be tech transfer director half-time. You still have to teach, you still have to do research, but you will do the tech transfer office management. And it's a start. It's not ideal. It's very hard. And we've also seen that what happens is the rector or the president says, you will be the director of tech transfer for 1 year, maybe 2. And so that person learns the job. And just as they get to be good, they leave. So it's a revolving door. And the office never gets capable. We've seen whole countries like this, Malaysia, our experience in Malaysia. They don't ever build the competence. I say that to get good at this, you need to have a mentor. If you have a mentor, you still need about 4 or 5 years of experience to get really good. You know, where you really can think and act and analyze and think on your feet. But we have to start somewhere. And my recommendation to all of you, our recommendation to all you institutions is to start the dialogue with your institutional leadership about starting a tech transfer office. Maybe it's one person half-time. Hopefully some faculty who has capability of management. So, director. And that director usually reports to, in our system, the vice provost for research. And we had a battle for the soul of tech transfer back in the 90s in the US, because some people wanted the director of tech transfer to report to the vice president of finance of the university. That the vice president of finance of the university has responsibility for the bookstore, the real estate, parking, all those things. And they said, well, let's see, tech transfer, it's about property, so we'll just put it with the real estate. That's what happened to us. They put our office right next to the people who manage the rental of Cornell's property. Like we have a mall. Cornell owns land and there's a commercial mall. And they thought we were similar and that we would report to the vice president for finance. Why? Because we're about making money. And we said, no, we're not about making money. Yes, you're about making money. You report to the vice president for finance. And some of us said, we're about research. We're about technology. We're not about making money, and we're not about the bookstore or parking. We hate parking just as much as everyone. Because at Cornell, parking costs a lot of money and they always give you tickets. So there was this battle, philosophical battle for tech transfer. Does it belong with the revenue generators or does it belong with the research enterprise? And I'm happy to say that we won. And I would say we won means we won in US universities. I think almost all tech transfer offices, directors, report to the vice president, vice provost of research. Makes huge difference. So that's one thing important. Also, it just reminds me that many, certainly new offices, to help govern and manage the tech transfer office will establish an IP committee. And the IP committee is a group of other faculty, maybe a dean, faculty that were appointed by the rector, vice rector, and they are supposed to be helpful in the process to the director to provide support, guidance. And in the early stage, one of the things we found was that a good IP committee can help the director make the difficult decisions of saying no. Remember, you've heard me say that at Cornell, our history is only pursuing 50%. So we get all these inventions, but we only pursue half. So that means we've got half that we have to go tell the inventor, the professor, no. And that can be quite difficult because sometimes, maybe some of you know this, professors, not me, but some professors have a very big ego. Not me. I'm humble. I'm very proud of the fact that I'm very humble. But professors, like anyone, especially if they're successful in their field, oftentimes think that they know best. And who am I to tell them no about their invention? And especially for young tech transfer people, this is very difficult. They walk into the major professor, they go, no, sorry. And the professor is angry and says, I want to talk to your boss, the director, or, so it's a challenge. And you have to get good at doing your homework and justifying your reasons. So this is where the IP committee can come in. You take the invention disclosure, and maybe you have, like Ashley explained, some of the systems, the tools we've developed over the years for evaluation of an invention. And it includes technical, IP, market, value proposition, commercialization. So it's a combination of these things. And we may use that tool to come up with a ranking that kind of helps us make decisions. And then you give it to the patent or the IP committee. And the IP committee looks it over and they give a vote. And oftentimes in the early stages, universities will simply comply with the vote of the IP committee. And that's very helpful for a director who is new, it's a new office, people are skeptical. You say we should be involved and excited about IP and tech transfer, and I bring you an invention, and the first thing you do is you say no. I didn't say no. The IP committee looked at it, and they're your faculty peers. They looked at it and they said no. So it can help make those decisions. But there is no replacement for doing the homework, doing the analysis. We as tech transfer professionals, I'm going to come around to answering your question about the kind of people that need to do this. We should be the smartest one in the room about the IP. So that's where we want to focus on, make sure we understand patents and what's patentable and what's inventiveness and what's a copyright and what's a trade secret. So with all the tech transfer people, we will spend time with all of you. We're hoping that maybe some of you may end up in a tech transfer office. And we are going to be happy to help you. We have training tools to help you with this. We want to make you the smartest person in the room with IP. We also will teach you how to ask the right questions. We started asking questions. You guys are already asking good questions. We'll show how to ask deeper questions, more systematic questions, to help you make those decisions, those difficult decisions that you weigh and you say, yes, pursue, no. We also will teach how to say no in a way that the inventors they walk away happy. I mean, a little disappointed, but they walk away more enlightened, more aware. And they understand why we didn't pursue it. So the kind of people that are in the tech transfer office. First of all, we have a model in the US that we build our system, our tech transfer office system, around what we call the technology manager. So that person is the person who, when the invention disclosure comes in, we look at it, maybe remember earlier today I showed you that process. Invention disclosure comes in, we go, oh, this is an invention that involves cotton. Oh, well then, we're going to assign it to Tech Manager Cahoon because he's our plant breeder person. Now, when you're a small office and you only have one person as a tech manager, that tech manager does it all. But as you grow, then you have people who have specialization. But we assign the invention to a tech manager, and the tech manager is responsible for first working with the inventor closely. So they have to be able to sit down, have dialogue, discussion on a equal team member basis as collaborators. And so you can imagine that it generally means that we probably have a little higher level of education, typically. In the old days, we did, we would just hire anybody, and we realized that that doesn't work. The tech manager needs to be able to manage and make decisions about the IP, about patents. And they need to understand about the business and doing business analysis, market analysis. And to be good at negotiating, like Ashley is very good at it. And so it requires several sets of different skills. When we first started in the US in the 1980s, the experiment, universities said, oh, intellectual property, oh, that's legal. So we need lawyers. So they hired lawyers to run our offices. And what we found was that the number of patents started to pile up. We were good at getting patents, but the number of license transactions in which we had a deal between the university and companies was low. So people began to realize that lawyers are important and essential for the process, but maybe not so important to drive the process. Legal training can be a very good precursor. And there are plenty of people who have legal training who can be good at this and have been good at this. But gradually over time, we started to realize that it was people who, now there is no one route. There is no one perfect route. People come into this field with different backgrounds. But I'm going to come around to tell you that there are certain common features. It doesn't have so much to do with discipline as it does the way you think. It's the attitude. So people, universities, tech transfer people began to realize that what we needed was people who were comfortable in the technology space, curious, able to understand, learn fast. You have to learn fast. You get a technology, look at it. If you don't understand it all, you will find out soon. So you learn fast. People who are quick learners, And people who can learn quickly about IP. Most people don't come in as IP lawyers. Entrepreneurs, people who have had entrepreneurial experience. Ashley and I both had entrepreneurial experience. I started a company that was an interesting failure. I will just say this about my experience as an entrepreneur. It was 2.5 years of intensity. At home, we had our little firstborn daughter, and I was working harder and harder and paying all my people. I had 6 people in my company. I paid them first before I paid me. And so I was bringing less and less money home to my wife. So she took me aside one day and she said, I love you. I support you. I believe in your dream, but I don't believe in this company anymore. I've seen, she says, I was a mountain runner. I used to run mountains and I hurt myself. And she says, you're doing the same thing. You're going to hurt yourself. And she said, I'll never forget this day. She said, I love you, but I'm giving you a choice. Me or the company. That's when it gets very serious. And I didn't like my co-inventor very much. I mean, he was just annoying. So I've been married for 43 years. So I chose her. I'm glad I did. But I learned so much in that process. I learned resiliency, perseverance, persistence, resourcefulness. I learned why I wasn't successful. And I went, well, I'll never do that again. Wisdom, not making that same mistake. Now, I then started another company with a colleague and that had a better shot and we were doing well. And so, and then at some point I realized that in this job at Cornell, I could be an entrepreneur by participating in it without having to invest my whole family fortune. But entrepreneurship, people with an entrepreneurial mindset, optimistic, energetic. They see life as a wonderful place that if we just try. Now, some of you, have you ever heard of the growth mindset? Some people now, I came up with my own version of that term a few years ago. And since that time, there have been people writing about it, psychologists in particular. The growth mindset. And the growth mindset, I think the best way to describe the growth mindset is this. So there's the growth mindset, which is what you want in the tech transfer office. The other is called the fixed mindset. The fixed mindset, when you give the fixed mindset a problem, they say, I can't do that. I don't have any training in that. I have no experience in that. I'll fail and I'm not going to do it. The growth mindset says, I wonder how I'm going to do that. Yeah. Think about what you have learned over your experiences. How many times you didn't know what you were doing, but you did it and you survived and you moved forward. So I began over time to realize it wasn't so much whether a person had a master's degree or a PhD or an MBA or a JD legal, or if it was in biotech or material science or veterinary medicine. It was more about the way they think. And positive, passion, proactive. Someone once said to me, there are two kinds of people in the world. There's the can-dos and the can't-dos. And I guess we all kind of agree that, yeah, and there's people in the middle that are a little can do, I guess, but can do, can't do. There are two kind of can-dos in the world. There are people who can do, and there's people who will do. And those were the people that I wanted to hire, because I hired people who were can do, but didn't do. And we don't do that. We need people to take action, to be creative, to be proactive, to move. So I started to, when we hired people, to ask questions that show me how they think. And I started to hire people that had those other attributes. Now, one of the things that's happened to the tech transfer profession in the United States is that when I started, the salaries were low. I didn't mind if I wasn't paid very much because it was so interesting. Oh, I was paid okay, but I was not paid what I was worth. Salary down here. In the private sector, my salary would have been here. I was happy to work at a university because of the reasons I've told you. Public good, doing good for humanity. And that's what I tell my wife. She said, well, we don't have enough money to repair our car. I go, we're doing good for humanity. And she said, okay, I believe that. So I would say to my boss, I need to have more money. And he then would go to his boss and say, we're going to have more money to pay these people. It's a hard job. Ashley, would you say this is a hard job? Is it a hard way to make a living? Yeah. It can be stressful. It can be difficult. You have to work with difficult personalities. But the other thing I will say is that for many of us, it gets into our blood and then you're hooked for life. You can't do anything else. Everything else is so not interesting. It's dull. So once I got started in it, I couldn't get out. And fortunately, all of the other technology transfer professionals were kind of experiencing the same issue, which was a lot of work, a lot of stress, a lot of skills. You got to be smart and you have to be able to produce, but we weren't paid very much. And so one of the things we did as an association was to start, we have an association of university technology managers, of which my illustrious colleague was president of our association. I still bow to him on occasion. One of the things, it's an association of individuals, not of institutions. And it wants to build a profession. It wants to rise the standards of the profession, the ethical standards, the professional standards, the skills. And we decided we should do a salary survey. So we started the process of going out to all the tech transfer professionals and all the universities and then showing it to leadership and going, you need to do something here. So gradually what happened is the salaries started to increase to become more competitive with the private sector, more in line with the value of the profession. I think now starting pretty reasonable salaries, wouldn't you say, Ashley? Directors can make pretty good money in the United States. So this tech manager role That's the person who manages the technology and the relationship with the inventor, the relationship with the company, the negotiation. They're kind of the center. They manage all of it. And so as we talk to you about this model, we're going to be imagining this special Uzbek tech transfer manager. And I suspect some of you may be that in the future. And again, remember, it's not so much what technical background or educational background. It's more about your attitude, your thinking. And one of the things we can do through CLDP is help you with the skills and the way we've learned to do this. So, did that answer your question? Sorry, it wasn't a short answer. Yes, can we get the magic wand?
Good afternoon. Rahman Sardar. I have some questions, but I have some hesitation. That's why I read the questions. Like you said before, came there for supporting our like you said before, you came there for supporting our helping. Like you said before, you came there for supporting or helping to our investors, inventors, or the institutions that doing the intellectual property work, and to build the world more easier or yes. Like you said before, you came there for supporting or helping to our inventors or the institutions that want to build the world that can make our world more easier, modernize it, and give you came there for giving an opportunity to do it. But this seminar is not enough to improve our knowledge, and to improve our knowledge, it can show only some instructions. My question about what can we do or may or should do with you for developing our intellectual property sphere in our country? And do you have any projects or any budgets for doing this, or any funds for helping to our investors to do this better?
Bular hozir endi aytyaptilarki, mana siz keldingiz, har xil bu yerda trening seminarni o'tkazib beryapsiz bizga va sizning asosiy maqsadingiz bizni hayotimizni yaxshilab berishga qaratilgan va butun dunyoda intellektual mulkni yaxshi rivojlantirish uchun va odamlarni hayotini yaxshilab berishga qaratilgan hisoblanadi. Lekin biz bilamizki, bu kabi seminar, 2 kunlik seminar yetarli bo'lmaydi intellektual mulk bo'yicha qandaydir xulosalar chiqarishga yoki qandaydir rivojlanishga olib kelish uchun. Shuning uchun ham meni savolim quyidagicha bo'lgan bo'lardi. Siz nima deb o'ylaysiz? Nima qilishimiz kerak biz yoki nima qilishimiz mumkin siz bilan birgalikda bizdagi intellektual mulk huquqini rivojlantirishimiz uchun, yoki sizni tayyor qandaydir loyihalaringiz bormi yoki ko'z ostiga olgan qandaydir moliyalashtirish bo'yicha yondashuvlaringiz bormi?
So, good question. The seminar is not enough. We hope that yesterday and today and when we were here in April, our goal is to make you all aware of the journey we have, the journey you have. We're happy to ride with you and help you. but it's a journey and there's work to be done. We stand ready when you are ready to build the systems and the practices and to teach these skills. Ashley and I and CLDP will be releasing a self-teaching tool called the Focus Guidebook that you can use online in the privacy of your own home. And so that will be a tool. We're going to be doing webinars and coming back. I think one of the key things we need to do is find projects. We're going to gradually, I've already started talking to some inventors, and I think we have a working group that we're going to start working with initially and to build some skills. And the best way to do that is to work on a real project, a real invention. We'll learn about it. You'll learn our thought process. So we want to do that. Another thing that we could consider, we haven't talked about it at CLDP, but when I was directing the WIPO World Intellectual Property Organization project that was somewhat similar to what we are doing here in other Asian countries, we developed a mentoring program where we would ask a seasoned, veteran tech manager like Ashley or myself, and we would work with technology transfer offices in universities. And we would work on a technology that they're working on, and we would meet once a month. Now that was, I think, wouldn't you say, Ashley, quite helpful? Very effective. So we become your remote advisor, but we work on a real project, not some hypothetical like BioLite and the bakery thing. No, real technologies, and we have some we can start working on. So I think that might be an exciting option for us to think about perhaps next year. Because as James said, there's a longer term vision that CLDP has of 2 years, let's say 2 years. We can accomplish a lot in 2 years. Now, budget, I think you need to talk to CLDP. I think they're spending a lot of money to bring us together, to bring us here, to do training, to do things like that. Resources to do things like individual projects and working on individual technologies. I think we're going to have to look elsewhere. Maybe even in the government. Is there any money in the government available? Any innovation fund? So yesterday I asked this question, and I'll ask all of you now. One of our interpreters, when we were here in April, sent a message to us saying, hey, there's a grant from the World Bank of $50 million going to Uzbekistan for the purpose of innovation development, innovation systems. And I noticed, have you seen that? Some of you know about this, the Inno Week. Yeah. So there's activities going on, and I said this yesterday, is that in this world of technology transfer, you have to be creative. You have to have the growth mindset. I don't know how we're going to do this. We're going to do it. Where are we going to get the resources? I'm not sure, but together, maybe we can start looking. We like to collaborate. And if people in Inno Week are doing things that we can collaborate with, great. Let's be open-minded and think about it. Any ideas about Inno Week? So anything to tell us about Inno Week? About what it's about? And is there a role for us to somehow collaborate? Who knows? We don't know too much about Inno Week, I guess. I just got the agenda. It's in October. And is it hosted here or, yeah? Any comments, any announcements or anything we want to hear about? Nadia?
I'm not so keen in a week, but generally, as I understand, it is the week where in one place we gather together those inventors and investors. Investors in the face by entrepreneurs.
Okay.
So I think that we can use this opportunity. I think it's a great opportunity for our project as well, CLDP project, to get involved, to invite or to find, first of all, those investors, because we have inventors already here, participants of this 2 days training. And we can use the inner week to find those investors, because we have very few representatives of private sector today, unfortunately. And this is one of the gaps of our for intellectual property policy in Uzbekistan, because investors, they are not aware, entrepreneurs, about the inventions which we have, even though they have money, but they don't know. Sometimes they are not even interested, maybe, because there is no marketing research, etc., etc. And I think that this CLDP project is a very great opportunity to enhance those skills, both from inventors and investors. This is my thoughts. And we can also think how we can engage with World Bank project as well.
Yes, so my first thought, and I just heard about Inno Week last night when I received an email. And I looked through it quickly and went, I'm not sure how the connection, but I suspect there are good connections. Making introductions to investors is a great idea. I think, well, a little bit like, think about this as maybe a chess game. With chess, you think several moves ahead. And here I'm thinking several moves ahead, which is a year from now, we're going to be sitting in this room having different conversation. It will be a conversation about implementation and about actual technology projects and startups. And we'll want to know who the investors are, the angel investors. So meeting the angel investors now in October would be great. So anyone's going to go, are you going to go? Will you be there? Do you think you'll be there? So maybe we just start collecting the names of the investors that someday we may want to invite to a meeting with all of us. Yeah. Okay. Good dialogue. So before I launch into my content, I have one last question about our case study. We never answered this question, the BioLight. This little light that put in the sunlight, bring it in at night, glows in your bedroom. Would you invest money to patent it and try to commercialize it? And why or why not? There's no right answer. I have my answer, but you can have your answer. Would you pursue it? Would you pursue it? Oh, we need the.
Professor Kozuboyev, taqdirchiligingizda. Birinchidan katta rahmat, judayam katta yaxshi mavzu. Ahvosan. Rost уже Periodda olgandan keyin endi boyagi masalada ozgina qolib ketgandi. Shu masalaga qaytsakda, byudjet yaxshi savol oxirigacha yetmadi. Boyagi seminarlarda bilim to'g'risida meni fikrimcha bugun ikkinchi kuni, bu seminarda ikkinchi kuni haqiqatdan ham bu mavzuga qiziqqan odamlar qoldi. Ertalabda juda ko'p edik, qolganlari ketdi. Mana shu ham o'zi kadrlarda saralanib qolishiga bir javobni o'zi bo'lyapti.
So what we think is that first day you had other group of people, and today you see here more people who are, we would say, maybe better stakeholders, more appropriate stakeholders that would answer you more, give you better, not better, would give you more detailed answer to your question.
Bu masala intellektual mulkni muhofaza qilish faqatgina bu tashkilotning muammosi emas, bu hammamiz bilamiz. Hukumatning topshirig'i shu strategik yo'limizda 18 yil ko'rsatib qo'yilgan intellektual mulkni muhofaza qilish bo'yicha qator tadbirlar qilishimiz kerak edi. Bu tadbirlarda boshlanishi deb bilamiz.
So basically, IP is something we are looking into, and our government, our leadership has given us certain assignments. We have developed kind of a strategic plan for implementation for several years, and we'll be implementing this in the coming few years, several years. And basically, you have started discussion of IP and other aspects, inventions yesterday. So this is also a very good dialogue, and this is also a very good start for our future.
Shuning uchun biz bitta CLDPni mablag'larini qarab turmasdan, aytaylik, byudjetdan mana innovatsion vazirligi o'zi mablag' ajratilyapti. Shu guruh o'zi CLDP zakaz berishi mumkin-da, loyihalar sifatida startaplar qilib, shu qiziqqan yosh olimlarga, mutaxassislarga agar mablag' tematika ajratsa, bu bir yordam bo'ladi birinchidan.
So what we think is that IP inventions and stuff like that, innovations, they are supported at the governmental level, and there are budgets allocated for these purposes. And how I see CLDP's role would be in future is maybe you could allocate some funds and make some kind of competition on the best innovation or invention.
Yeah.
Thus you could engage our young students, our young scientists.
Ikkinchisi yana mablag'larda aytyapmizda, masalan bizda tematikalar bor, aspirant, doktorantlarni o'qitamizda va bularga biz tematika qilib, ularga oylik beradi hukumatimiz, davlatimiz har oyda oylik to'lab shu направленияni ishlaydi. Agar intellektual mulk bo'yicha men hali bironta bir o'zim ham vaqtda ishlayman, bironta bir ishni ko'rganim yo'q, ilmiy ishni tadqiq qilib, mana shu bo'yicha bir himoya qilib, maqolalar olib chiqadigan bo'lsa, bu ham bir agar tematikani belgilab beradigan bo'lsa, mana shu soha bo'yicha juda yaxshi ilmiy ishlar bo'lishi mumkin va u yoshlarni jalb qilish mumkin.
If you could also, as LDP, propose certain directions for activities, let's say if you find out or advise or propose some kind of direction for innovations, maybe that would be another support and help to us to boost this direction. And also you could engage our graduate students and postgraduate students. They could make it a topic and then defend their thesis. And we would maybe reach a very good result as well, have more innovations.
Jahon bankini mablag'lari bo'yicha aytdik, bu katta mablag' ajratilgan, kreditlar ajratilgan. Bu to'g'risida endi переговорlar olib borish mumkin, proyekt поддержка qilish uchun. Yana bitta mablag'da shu men aytmoqchiman, bu yerda intellektual mulk bo'yicha sohalar da agar bo'ladigan bo'lsak, aytaylik, agrar sohada bir holatda yoki aytaylik sortlar bo'yicha intellektual bir holatda, boshqa полезный modellar bo'yicha boshqa bir holatda, ya'ni aytmoqchiman, patent, agar mana patent agentligi bilan ishlaymiz, mana MIS bilan ishlaymiz. Bizda hozir aytaylik sortlar bo'yicha mablag' bor. Shuning uchun ularda mexanizmini ishlab beradigan bo'lsa, qo'shimcha mablag' paydo bo'ladi. Уже bor mablag'lar.
So we work already and we have certain activities on IP and also on patents. We have here people from various agencies and they have started these activities. And also in various sectors, maybe they have different situations with patents. We have agriculture, we have seed breeding. We need to see each of them, how well they're doing, each of these directions. We need to find out maybe several main sectors where we could look into. That's also another idea. And also with regard to a World Bank project, we have a World Bank project that supports also IP innovations and so on. We are not yet quite, let's say, we don't have too much information about it, but we have started some activities with them as well.
Lekin bu yerda, bu mablag'larda ichida Richardni eshitlaydi. Dokladini inobatga olgan holda, masalan, shu kelgan mablag'larni qanday bo'lamiz? 30%, 33%dan bo'lish masalasi muammo. Eshitli aytayaptiki, yo'q, men o'yladim dedi, eng yaxshisi 25-4 ga bo'lsa yaxshi bo'ladi degandek. Gap shundaki, kelgan mablag'larni to'g'ri ishlatish bo'yicha mexanizmni taklif beradigan bo'lsa, bu proyektga yana yordam bo'lishi mumkin deyapman. Hammasi har xil holatda. Seleksiya yutuqlari bu. Kimdir hali nol boshlagan yo'q. Kimdir qayerda? Shuning uchun tekkizlab olish.
Another important area is when you start gaining certain income, like if you have these patents, if you have licenses and so on, how do we distribute among the participants or among the parties the income or that money that has been generated? That could be another very interesting area to work on. And we have, for example, many people working on these patents and they have them already, but we need a very good mechanism to allocate these funds and how to reinvest them in future.
Yo'q. Ya bo'ldi, mana savolim tugadi. Savollar ko'p, boshida aytdi, savollar ko'p. Shu narsalarda agar o'zini fikrida yoritib berib ketsa yaxshi bo'lardi.
So I asked if it's going to be like a long speech. It's better to go there and I can do it simultaneously, not to waste too much time. He said he's done.
He's done.
And he has raised several questions. Could you please dwell on those if you don't mind?
Well, you've raised a lot of interesting questions and comments, and I think they go into this, what I call this hopper, in which we're listening here. I don't have any right away answers for you. We have a working group, and the idea is that the working group can work on a variety of topics. We're starting with the IP policy work, which will include a number of components like allocation of revenues and sharing. Repeat the question of, repeat his question? Oh, my answer. Well, my answer was, what I heard were a lot of really good ideas and approaches that we might consider together, working group, larger group, CLDP. I'm not in now CLDP may have different idea, but I'm not in a huge rush to make all kinds of decisions about exactly what we'll do. We've got a couple of years to develop our collaboration, for us to learn more about the situation as you're explaining. And we're going to try some things. We have some ideas about some intermediate webinars and what we'll do in November, and including, we want presentations from inventors and from institutions, so we can all learn more about the situation in Uzbekistan. So we've got some time to let this evolve. We hope you stay engaged, as we will, in contributing to this process of evolving. And I don't know how fast it will go. It may go very fast. You know Uzbekistan better than I do, of course. Maybe it'll just take off. I hope so. I want to make sure we don't lose any of those ideas and that they get put into our crucible for consideration as we move forward, and a lot of things for us. And anytime you want to send us an email, you can send one to James, you can send one, you have my email. We'll make sure we deal with it collectively. So, yeah, in any language. Thank you, CLDP. And by the way, thank you, CLDP, for getting us together. We appreciate it. And thank you, US government, for bringing us here. I really appreciate it. Maybe what we could do, how much time do I have? Look. And what time is it? Oh, okay. So let me, my last slides here. I want to talk about what I call laying the groundwork. So how do we lay the groundwork so that we can make this transfer of IP rights held, owned by the public sector research institutions to the private sector? Okay, this is our experience of what things we need to do to prepare the system. And here they are. And I'm going to go through these individually. First of all, you've heard us talk about the importance of the partnerships between the public sector, research institutions, and the private sector, primarily companies, but also investors, banks, existing companies, startups, and this PPP, public-private partnership, is the cornerstone. That means it's what everything is built around. We can do all the tech transfer, all the IP, all the working with inventors, but if we don't have a partnership with private sector, as Ashley said, it's this. And you wonder what I'm doing? I'm clapping. It's silly. And we need to have those private sector partners. That is one of the things that we want to develop here in Uzbekistan. And I really don't know. I've asked, yesterday we asked it, today I'll ask it. Is the environment ripe for public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan? You think so? I'd like to hear that. I'll give you an example. When several years ago, about 6 years ago, we went to Sri Lanka. Now, no offense to Sri Lanka, but we interviewed about 15 university people, representatives like yourselves, management level directors, faculty, and we interviewed about 10 companies. And the companies said, we can't work with those universities. They don't know what they're doing. They're too slow. They don't listen to us. We don't want to work with them. And they don't want to work with us. We talk to the universities, they go, oh, the companies, they don't want to work with us. They won't listen to us. They're always in a hurry. They never listen to what our needs are. So there was this big gulf between the private sector and the companies. And we're like, okay, we have to build some bridges. So we just started by trying to find, first of all, building the university system, because we realized the system was terrible for interacting with companies. They had no policy. They had no idea what to do. So they made a lot of crazy decisions, and the companies were just like, we can't do this. It's a waste of our time. So we started to build a policy for these universities. They now have policies, and they now know how to make the decisions. So now when the companies come, they have a structure and they understand what the rules are. And now we've got the companies to go, well, you should start talking to some of these tech transfer people. We helped a little bit of coordination with World Bank money. World Bank money came to Sri Lanka to set up what they call their UBC system, a university business cell. And we taught them through workshops the kind of people to hire and what to do and how to do it. And so the World Bank gave them money to pay the people to be UBC personnel. And then we started to coach the UBC university people how to talk to companies in a way that is friendly, welcoming. We can talk, we can do a deal. And the companies started to listen. And now I think after 7 years, I think we have made some big progress. So I'm hoping you tell me that it isn't that bad here. It is not that bad in Uzbekistan, right? It's okay. Companies and universities can talk to each other, and yeah. Well, that's good to hear. We think it's the key to success. It requires this collaborative spirit. Now, I may have told some of you that we learned it in the US. Not every company is a good partner for the public sector research institution. Some are very greedy. Some want to take everything. They say, okay, let's have a partnership, and it's 99 for me and 1% for you. And that's just not the way you start a partnership. We usually start a partnership with saying, great, let's start with 50-50 as a start, just to start, instead of 99-1. No, I get everything and you get not hardly anything. So we start with companies and universities. One of the things we learned about universities who don't understand this process is they'll take their invention and they'll do evaluation. Ashley will teach them how to do an evaluation, and they'll go, oh, my invention is worth $1 million. So they go to the company and go, okay, here's our technology. Pay me $1 million, take it or leave it. And the company goes, I'll leave it. And they turn around, they walk away. I know, we just see this all the time. Here's the way we do it. And it's a more cooperative and collaborative approach. Using Ashley's teaching, I teach it too, so my teaching too, but we use the valuation methods and we go, oh, $1 million. I say, I've done some analysis of my invention and my IP and my using several valuation methods, I believe that our technology is worth $1 million. That's my opening position. Let's talk. Let's negotiate. License fee, royalty rate. I said $1 million and you say, well, that's awfully high. Let's look deeper. We negotiate. As Ashley said, he loves negotiating. So do I. So mutual respect between the public and the private sector. And we've seen whole countries where, like I said, Sri Lanka, I think Thailand, we had problems. They didn't want to talk to each other, companies and the universities. So how do we maximize success of this PPP, the public-private partnership? Well, first of all, both sides need to win. Both sides need success. And success means something different for the public sector and the private sector. As we said earlier, for us, success means making sure our technology is invested and it's out there. And if they make a lot of money, we get a reasonable share. They get the most of it, but we get a reasonable share. And there are methods we can show you about how to determine a reasonable share for the owner of the patent. But they need to be, the company needs to be profitable. So we need to make sure that we're always aware of that. If the company can't be profitable with our technology, they won't do it. So we're really striving for win-win. And each side needs to understand the other. And the analogy I use is when I talk about private sector, public sector, is this saying that's been around for a little while of, it's like men and women. Men are from Mars and women are from Venus. And we are different, generally speaking. Men are different than women. And as long as we accept our difference, then we can start to work together and we respect each other. It took me a while to realize that I couldn't change my wife and make her more like a man. So I just had to appreciate her difference. Universities need to make sure they appreciate and understand the private sector partner, and the same with the company. So what's the public sector research institution role? First of all, you'll hear Ashley and I talk a lot about this. Clean and clear IP ownership. The private sector hates to work with universities that have messy IP ownership. One of our jobs is to make sure that when we have a patent and we license it to a company, we hand it over and it's clean, there's no strings attached, we own it 100%, and they can then do a deal with us. That's why in our IP policy, we're so adamant that the university should develop a policy that says the university shall own 100% of its IP. It should avoid bureaucracy. And this is one of the things that really separates out companies from universities. Universities tend to have a lot of bureaucracy. And I have created bureaucracy. When I was director, I created bureaucracy. So I understand why it's necessary to have rules and reporting and guidelines. Sometimes, like in IP, it's essential. But you as professionals use your best judgment to know when to keep the bureaucracy under control. And there's some countries, Sri Lanka, again, the bureaucracy, it's always like, we're like this. It's so difficult. And all I can say is let's do our best to try to keep it under control, the bureaucracy. Be a trustworthy partner. The companies will often say, I can't trust the university. Well, we can't have that. The companies need to trust that the university will do the right thing and will be a good partner. And companies have to be trusted as well. And here was a problem in Malaysia. We went to Malaysia and I talked to one of the lawyers in one of their largest universities. And I said, are you protecting your IP? Yes. Are you licensing your IP? Yes. So you have licenses. Can I see your license agreement? I looked to make sure, oh, it looks, pretty good. I said, do you have any problems? He said, big problems. I said, what are your big problems? He said, licensees won't pay us. Even if they owe us money, they won't pay. So they got a big problem. So the private sector says, sure, we'll take a license. They sign it and they go, they have a problem. Now, that's not for me to solve. That's a systemic problem that they're going to have. I trust we will not have these problems in Uzbekistan. But companies are like people. Some of them are good and some of them not so good. Some you can trust and others maybe not so much. So sometimes we will make some mistakes, but there are ways, and we can show you some of the ways we learned how to pick the trustworthy partners. The university should be fair and reasonable and negotiate in good faith. We teach negotiation that's transparent, fact-based. It's not manipulative. It's not, you don't use lies, you use truth and facts. So we negotiate. Now, you have your own culture, and I do not know what that is. I don't know what negotiation is in Uzbekistan. What you will hear from us is our style of negotiating based on facts, transparency, truth. And I look at it as I'm an engineer, I'm a scientist. I think of these negotiations as design questions. We're trying to design a system together. And if I'm an engineer, I tell the truth. I tell the truth about facts, about the design. No, I don't lie about it or manipulate. I go, okay, we got to together design this system. And it's fact-based, it's transparent, works beautiful. And the trust is built. And as I said yesterday, I think I mentioned that these licenses, we don't sell our IP. The public sector only licenses, and we normally license for the life of the patent, which is 20 years. So I say that these licenses are much more like a marriage because they're long-term. So when you negotiate this arrangement between the university and the company, it's going to last for a couple of decades. And so when you negotiate, it's like dating. Do you do dating here? You know, where the boy and girl go together and they go out to dinner and they get to know each other. Maybe they meet each other's family. And then someday he says, will you marry me? And they get married. That's not the end of the story, is it? That's the beginning of the story. So the negotiation is like the dating. It's the beginning of the story. And both sides need to be really trustworthy and honest because you're going to need that trust later. Okay. So the private sector role. Most important thing, and I see there are what other countries, I remember being in Philippines and realizing that there were many companies that we were meeting and we were saying, you can do a tech transfer deal, a license deal with these universities. We're showing them how to protect their IP and you can license it. And they go, I don't want to do a business deal with the university. They're not, you know, and they were very dismissive. and they didn't care. Now, some did, and we found the companies that did. But you want to find the private sector companies that appreciate the fact that you need academic freedom. You have students that you care about. You have a lot of things that you care about besides their bottom line. Private sector needs to be trustworthy. As I said, in Malaysia, they are not trustworthy, some of them. What's the government's role? Well, in our experience, the government should be supportive of the partnership, the PPP, but not too involved. We think government is, I mean, look at CLDP, what a great touch. It's providing capacity building. It's not telling you what to do, but it's just providing some resources and some advice. That's when we think government's working best, is it's providing structure and facilitation. And certainly the patent office is a facilitator of all of this. We love it if the government would provide some funding, as we were talking about. The government, we'd like to keep out of the partnership in telling the parties what to do. That's partly our philosophy, that government has a role, but it's not to get directly involved. Although sometimes in the US, we have public-private. We will have a university and a government agency and the private sector, and we've all learned to work together on tech transfer. And so once you learn the basics, you can start to get a little more complex, and you can vary on the theme. On the process, in the United States, we have a program called the Small Business Innovation Research, and companies and universities can get funding to develop the technology, the invention, and the company. So making connections are essential. Tech marketing, that means we're going out and we're looking for partners, and we're getting involved in engagements, activities, meetings. Networking with all, remember that slide I showed you that has the entrepreneurs and the investors and the accelerators and the professional service providers? Tech parks, networking. We found that's what is essential. Look for opportunities to participate in events and engagements. And then as individuals, we should be networking. I'm happy to say we're doing a lot of networking here, and that's going to be what's going to keep this moving and connecting. So thanks to all of you for your efforts to connect with us and between you all. The startup route, just a little bit of startups. So at your institutions, are you involved in startups? Any startups? Okay, no, only one. Okay, well, we think startups are, I would say, almost essential for the commercialization of new technology. Because, as Ashley said, most of, or many of the technologies that come out of public sector research institutions are embryonic. They are very early stage. Too risky, companies don't want it. I see this all the time in developing countries where the tech transfer office has an invention and they filed a patent and they go talk to companies and the company says, no, come back when you've got a product ready to sell. And we can't do that. We don't have the resources. We don't have the expertise. And so they'll say, no, we're not interested, too risky. So the startup route is oftentimes the only way you're going to commercialize your technology. So we think that's essential for universities to develop policies and practices to help create startups. And we got involved in a lot of activities, creating a whole pool of entrepreneurs. Our favorite, have you ever heard this term? Serial entrepreneurs. Now you might think they're the ones that are producing breakfast foods, which is a joke that just went over everyone's head, but thank you. Serial entrepreneurs, that means entrepreneurs that start a company and they bring it up to a certain level, and then they hand it off to the investors and another CEO, and they leave that company. They probably have some stock, and they go to the next company and the next startup. They do that startup, and then they leave, and then they do the next one. Serial, one after another startups. And if you're lucky, you'll get some of these here in Tashkent. If you don't already, you will have some. They're great because they work with you and with angel investors to get that first company going. It goes up to a certain point with your technology, goes up to a certain point, and then we find new investors and new CEO, and they start the new one. If you're going to do the startup route, then we have to have a good institutional IP policy, and that's what the working group will be addressing. And we would encourage all of you at research institutions to ask the question, if we have a policy, does it support startups? And then there's other support systems that are helpful. We would have startups in agriculture. And so I would talk to the entrepreneur and they say, we need to rent greenhouse space for our experiments as a startup. And we got in touch with the dean, and the dean said, no, we're not interested. So I called the dean and I said, Dean, could I talk to you? So I went and talked to the dean and explained that it was our startup. We own some equity, Cornell, and that one of her faculty inventors was the invention that went into the company. And I said, if this is successful, this company, that money, some of that money is going to flow back to the college for use in laboratories and so on. So all we ask is that you be helpful. And so she changed her mind and she said, from now on, any Cornell startup can have a discount on the rental price for greenhouse space. So that's the kind of support we like to see. And then, as I said, the steady flow of entrepreneurs. Angel investors, we were talking about that with Nadira about find them. Let's find the angel investors. Why are they angels? Because they have such big hearts. They support what we're trying to do. We're using the profit motive to help serve the public good. And that means patience, willingness to work with us as public sector research institution, as faculty inventors. So I think I'll leave it at that. Building the innovation ecosystem, that's a lot we could talk about, but we're going to be starting thinking about the Uzbek innovation ecosystem. And we're going to learn more, hopefully from you, about it. That's one of the reasons why we're encouraging people to come from associations, from accelerators. Let's get entrepreneurs here. So we'll gradually start building this ecosystem. So I would just leave you with this. We have a process, we have a journey we're going to be on together. And thanks to CLDP, we'll see this through for a couple of years. I predict that a year from now, we're going to have a very different and exciting conversation about implementation, about working on technologies and commercialization. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dick. So we're going to take a coffee break now, and we'll be back at 3:45. And if we can get back at 3:45, we can finish at 4:30.
I said, thank you, thank you, thank you. You are the marathon runners who have been here all day. Speakers are really grateful to people who come back for the last session of the day. So Dick started to talk about public-private partnerships, and I'm going to do that some more. As we've said, universities don't commercialize their own inventions. The last university I know that tried to was the University of Wisconsin, which discovered vitamin D in 1926. As you know, people put vitamin D in butter, and they also put it in margarine. Now, Wisconsin is one of the biggest dairy industries in America. And so the University of Wisconsin said, we'll sell vitamin D to the butter makers. We won't sell it to the margarine makers. Well, the margarine makers got very upset. They sued the University of Wisconsin, won a lot of money, and the University of Wisconsin said, okay, we won't do this anymore. We'll find somebody else to take our inventions and develop them. So we don't develop them into finished products or manufacture and sell them. It's not in our mission statement. We partner with private companies to do that. And we've been finding as work we've been doing in places like Malaysia and Sri Lanka and the Philippines, that sometimes universities partner with NGOs for innovations that address social needs. The role of the TTO in this process is to find the right partner, to do the deal, manage the relationship, make sure that both sides meet the commitments that they've made. How do we find the right partner? With great difficulty. I talked this morning about how universities only license half of the patents they file, which is a quarter of the invention disclosures they got. Here's that quote I told you this morning. A hot academic technology is one that two companies are interested in. Companies may beat a path to the door of a few universities, Harvard, Cambridge, MIT, Oxford, Stanford, but for everyone else, technology marketing. And in later courses in this series, we'll show you how you go about doing that. So why is it so difficult? We talked about this morning. University inventions are embryonic. The technology is unvalidated, the market is unvalidated, and it can take years for industry to catch up where the university is. That's kind of the way it should be. University research should be ahead of industry. That's why government funds it, to lead industry. There are two studies in America, one from the University of California, one from Columbia University, that showed there was a median of 4 years between the Tech Transfer Office getting the invention disclosure and when the license was done. That means half are less than 4 years, half are more than 4 years. Okay. Yeah. We have an administrative matter to deal with.
Shunday yo'qlama qolaylik kechagilar bilan. Mirganov Avaz yo'li, Ilesaliyev Davronbek, Hayitov Azizbek, Abduazimov Sirojiddin, Boyqobilov To'lqin, Allanov Oliq, Samatova Jamila. Jurayev Muqimjon. Akbarova Muazzam. Xurramov Navruzbek. Mamatova Malohat. Rahmonov Sunnatullah. Qo'ziboyev Shuhrat. Yakubov Matrasul. Qodirova Barnoxon. Shu yerdamirlar? Keladilar shu yerdalar. Danyarova Nafisa. Qurbonbayeva Nodira. Kim edi shu yerda? Shu yerdalar. Mirzayev Mirza. G'oziyev Ravshan. Abdurayimova Nazira. Zufarova Dilorom. Tushunamiz. Bulatov Doston. Mahmudjanov Sarvar. Yazov Rustam. Tushunamiz. Rustamisiz siz? Rohatov Azadbek. Asabayev Dilshod. Yo'qmilar? Tutamizlar? Nurmatova Nodira. Ismoilova Nadejda. Gulamova Madina. Azizov Shavkatjon. Alloudinova Dilnoza Sho'rtala. Askarov Hasanjon. Askarov Hasanjon. Yo'qmi? Bo'ldi. Qolganlar etmaganlarim hammaniki bor. Hamma belgilab qo'yilgan o'sha. Ha, belgilang. Bo'lsa belgilanmaganlarim.
So I was saying that it's 4 years median from disclosure to licensing. So truly radical innovations can take a very long time to reach market readiness. Many healthcare innovations can take 20 years from discovery to product launch. Examples: monoclonal antibody drugs. Kohler and Milstein discovered monoclonal antibodies in 1975. Riopro, the first monoclonal antibody drug, was approved in 1993, 18 years later. Gene therapy. Richard Mulligan developed his retroviral vector in 1984. The first gene therapy drug approved, Glybera, was 2012, 30 years. And I explained yesterday in my conflict of interest talk that part of that was because of a conflict of interest problem and a big scandal that the University of Pennsylvania hadn't managed things properly. 3D printing was invented in 1988. MIT lost money on their foundational 3D printing patents because they expired before there was a significant market for 3D printing and hence significant royalties. This is way too long for a startup to survive. Big companies can stay the course. Here's an example I got from Jerry Fine, who was a professor at Boston University, who had been a senior executive at Corning. In the 1930s, Corning manufactured the mirror, the reflecting mirror for the Mount Palomar telescope. At the time, it was the biggest reflecting telescope in the world. It's on a mountain in California. It required a very, very special glass, which Corning invented for it. Over 30 years later, British Telecom, the British telecommunication carrier, calls up Corning and said, hey, we've had this idea. Maybe instead of putting telephone signals down a copper wire, we can put them down, turn them into light, and send them down a fiber optic cable. Corning starts thinking about it. 4 years later, they fabricated the first optical fiber, 16 decibel per kilometer loss, using the technology from that 1930s reflecting telescope. 9 years later, they finally opened a plant in Wilmington, North Carolina, to make fiber optic cable. 3 years after that, they had to wait 3 years to get their first big order, which came from MCI, which was a kind of startup telecommunication company. Now, we still had this big monopoly, the Bell system. They were terribly uninnovative. And it took this startup telecom company, MCI, to revolutionize things and say, okay, fiber optics, the way of the future. 1983 was the Corning's first profitable quarter in the fiber business. So we are now almost 20 years after they started working on it with British Telecom. 2000 hit their peak business revenues, approximately $2 billion a year. And today, Corning is still one of the largest producers of fiber optic cable worldwide. So let's look at innovation in large companies. Historically, when I joined Procter & Gamble, we had these research laboratories and the operating divisions had to pay for them. And we kind of resented it, but that's where our new products came from. And I remember there was kind of a whisper that, do you have that drying aid called Bounty? You know, a sheet of tissue that you put in the dryer and it prevents the anti-static. Do you have that in Uzbekistan? Yeah. So there was a rumor in P&G that we hadn't invented that we'd licensed it from somebody. And this man was living in a very, very big house at Lake Tahoe. But at Procter & Gamble then, when I joined in 1971, we did everything ourselves. I think all big companies were that way at the time. Now, the pharmaceutical industry has always licensed in, originally from other pharmaceutical companies, often Japanese ones. Japanese pharmaceutical companies were pretty good at discovering drugs. They had very strong marketing in Japan and maybe other parts of Asia. They didn't have distribution in America or Europe. And so they would license their drugs to American and European drug companies for those territories. I remember in 1983 going to a meeting and Pfizer made a presentation and they said 30% of the drugs we sell today, we didn't discover, we licensed them from other people. And to me, having just come from Procter & Gamble, that was shocking. I'd never heard that before. And since then, the pharmaceutical industry has really supported the development of the biotechnology industry. They've done partnerships with them from the early days. So the first genetically engineered drug to be sold was human insulin, which Eli Lilly sold and have been developed for them by Genentech. Now I think big companies don't discover any drugs themselves, they take them in. Things started to change in the 2000s. And we had this thing called open innovation, championed by this professor, Henry Chesbrough, at the University of California, Berkeley. And he wrote this open innovation, the new imperative, in 2003. Companies had to cut back on basic research as markets got more competitive, and particularly after 9/11, and even more so after the great financial crisis of 2008. The days when companies like Bell Laboratories, IBM, Burroughs Wellcome won Nobel Prizes for their research, those days are long gone. And companies needed to source ideas as broadly as possible. Bill Joy, the founder of Sun Microsystems, said, "The smartest people in the world don't all work for us. Most of them work for someone else." So the implication being the Sun Microsystems needed to be open to ideas coming in from outside the company. And I think now companies in most industries actively source externally, which is very good for us. We talk about this thing called Death Valley. And what Death Valley is all about is that these days in the United States, basic discoveries are all the way over on the left, and they're funded by government sources. And the government is very comfortable funding basic research. But as that gets closer and closer to the market, the government provides less and less of the funding. Eventually, the funding shifts to the commercial sector. And at the beginning, because the risk is still high, the commercial sector is reluctant to put money in. And as the risk is reduced, they put more and more in until the product gets to the market. And in the middle, we have this area that people call Death Valley. That's where it's too late for government funding and too early for company funding. Dick mentioned earlier this technology readiness levels scale. It was developed by NASA, which, as you know, had to do a massive amount of technology development, fund an immense amount to develop the rockets to go to the moon and so forth. And they defined this scale, 9-point scale, where basic technology research at the bottom is TRL1 and TRL2. And you go up, and when it's ready to put on a launch pad and send blasting off into space, that is TRL9. And this scale has been adopted. The US military adopted it. The European Space Agency adopted it. The European Union adopted it. And so this is how we talk about technologies today. And most university inventions are TRL1. And if we're really, really lucky, we might be up as far as TRL3, which you can see is still research to prove feasibility. And how can we get it up into the TRL4, 5, 6, which is when it's starting to get really close. So let's talk about potential partners. There's an infinite range of potential partners. They can range from one-person startups to trillion-dollar multinationals. It turns out that university partners skew towards the one-person startup rather than the trillion-dollar multinational corporations. It's because small companies can deal with the risk and uncertainty of these embryonic academic inventions much better than trillion-dollar multinational corporations can. I think the reasons the small company focuses its resources on developing this technology. A small company is way less wedded to the status quo than a big company. And in the case of failure, a small company can quickly pivot to something new, a new application of the technology, or perhaps even a new but related technology. And whereas if a big company is going to take on a development project, somebody has to recommend it. They have to put their name on the line. I think we should do this. And if it doesn't work, it hurts their career. That's why I think it's hard to get a champion in a big company for an early stage university technology. A small startup, they don't care. In America, particularly in California, a venture capitalist doesn't mind if you've done a startup before and it went bankrupt. Their question will be, what went wrong? What did you learn from the failure? What will you not do again in the future? So here's the US experience. We've talked about this organization, the Association of University Technology Managers. I was president, as Dick told you. It represents all the US universities. It has a pretty big international presence. And we classify our licensees three ways. A startup. That's a company that is formed specifically to develop this new technology. Then we have a small company. Now, I think this is going to surprise you. In America, a small company is one with fewer than 500 employees. In most people's language, 500 is medium size, not small. The reason we have that definition is that there are all sorts of US government support programs for small businesses that define one as fewer than 500 employees. Dick mentioned the Small Business Innovation Research Program. This is a program of grants, competitive grants to small companies. $4.5 billion a year goes into these programs. And you have to be fewer than 500 employees when you get it. There is a Small Business Administration, which helps companies with things like financing, and that is 500 employees. The Patent Office gives half off on filing fees for small businesses and nonprofits. So that's why for us, 500 employees is small. And so in the US, we don't have SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises. We just have S's. And then a large company is one, obviously, that has more than 500 employees. And so each year, when we do this survey of activity, we ask the universities to tell us, who did you give your licenses to? Startup, small, large. Here's what the data shows. We started asking this question in 1996. You can see that the proportion going to startups has about doubled over that period. It's gone from about 10%, been over 20% once, it's close to 20%. The proportion going to small companies, that's existing small companies, has stayed in the 50 to 60% range. And you can see the proportion going to large companies has gone down from about 40% till now it's getting close to 20%. The natural constituency of universities is small companies. And we found the same thing elsewhere. With funding from the World Intellectual Property Organization, I've been helping do surveys in 3 countries in Southeast Asia. In the Philippines, we published the data. In Malaysia and Sri Lanka, it's still in process. And we defined the size of partner company much more granularly than the US 500 and more, 500 and less. I couldn't find a single global standard on where the cutoffs are, but between the World Bank and other people, this is a pretty good guess. Startup obviously starts with perhaps 1 employee. Micro companies are 6 or fewer. Small are 6 to 50. Medium are 21 to 250, and large are over 250. In the Philippines, here's what we found. You can see overwhelmingly, they skew to the smaller companies. Startups, micro, and small domestic are where the bulk of these are. And the number going to domestic large companies is small. But I think very excitingly for these countries, the number going to international large companies is significant. I think that's a great economic development message for governments as to why they should support this technology transfer activity. Here's the Malaysian data, 2019. Again, you can see small, micro, and startups are what, 80%, 90% of the total. Sri Lanka, very similar result. Large companies are a little more significant in Sri Lanka. So the environment of the entrepreneur, startup companies' balance sheets are always shaky. They've never got enough money. They're always undercapitalized. That's in the best interest of the investors, to have a small amount of money at risk as possible and to keep doling it out as the company makes progress. Cash is king. The cash burn rate, the rate at which they're consuming their money each month, is really the only financial metric that matters. Because you take how much money they got in the bank, how much they're spending each month, and divide, that's the company's lifetime without more money coming in. And the funding rounds are often dilutive to management. Directors are highly fickle. The investors will be the directors, and if they think management, the founders, are not doing a good job, they will fire them on a moment's notice and bring in new management. Because these venture capitalists, they need to be able to sell the company in 5 to 7 years, which is a really short time scale. And, some venture capitalists are better directors and supporters than others. So the time constants for startups are brutally short. And this creates unusual pressures and hence mistakes. As I said, big companies often have a tough time dealing with embryonic academic inventions, and they seem to actually prefer to see a small company do the initial development, and then they're going to acquire the rights later. And they seem to be happy to pay much more when the risk has been substantially reduced. So if you look at how we take a technology to market, we can license it to an existing small company, we can license it to an existing large company, or we can license it to a new company. That's the licensing path, that's the entrepreneurship path. And what you frequently find is that these small companies, whether new or existing, do the early stage development. But at the end, when they need a manufacturing plant, when they need a global sales force, when they need perhaps large-scale funding for phase 3 clinical testing, they turn to a large company and do a deal in which the large company puts in the last investment and they get a significant piece of the revenues. Another advantage of licensing to a small company is they're really good at identifying multiple applications of platform technologies. And what they'll do is they'll take the first 1 or 2 applications, do some development work, go to a big company and say, here, wouldn't you like to develop this product? And the big company pays them money and takes over the development. And they use that money they get paid to develop their own products for other applications further down the road. That's how the American biotechnology industry started. I talked about Genentech. They licensed out insulin to Lilly. They licensed out human growth hormone to, who was it? Baxter, I think. And then they developed tissue plasminogen activator, the drug for heart attacks themselves, using that money. And then, they went on to become a major company and then got acquired by Hoffmann La Roche. So here's some myths about large companies. People think they can't innovate. The reality is the corporate culture and history of a company can either suppress or nurture innovation. Another myth, they don't want to disrupt their existing businesses. The reality is that if you're a big company with a big, well-established business, a good-sized opportunity for a large company is larger than a good opportunity for an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur, a small company, will be happy with a modest sales to show that they can do it, because a large company really needs big sales. The myth, they move slowly. Well, maybe. They have to make choices too. They have very rigid budgeting cycles and things like that. And sometimes things do happen slowly. And another myth, they don't invest in R&D. Well, with complexity, you get the right sources, the resources, market access, and in the right situations, they can be flexible. Here's what a big company's new product pipeline might look like. They start out with lots and lots of ideas over at the left. And some of those come in externally. And as they start to evaluate them, they say, well, maybe some of these we're going to license out. And as they whittle it down and the project can get bigger, some of them they decide, well, we're going to spin this out or spin it off or sell it off. Or maybe we'll put an external partnership in place to give somebody else the rights. And then at the end, they finish up with 2 or 3 major opportunities. And so you can see we move from research to development, finally to engineering the products and the plants and so forth. As the project's cost increase, the number of opportunities they can pursue decreases. And partnerships with large corporations can take many forms. They may just say, hey, I love that. Sign me up, sell it to me. And perhaps all you got to do is give them a lower cost, or perhaps promise not to sell it to their competitor for 3 years, something like that. They might outsource the technology, license it out, spin it off, spin it out. There might be a technology inflow to the large company. They take it in by licensing, or they make an equity investment of the company, and perhaps even later, or even straight off, acquire the company. Particularly in medical devices, they tend to acquire the small companies rather than license in the technology. And I've had investors tell me, we observed after the acquisition that the sales of our products went up. And they felt that that was probably because big hospitals, things like that, are much more comfortable buying something from a big company that they know will be around, that has a good sales and service organization, and so on. And there might be joint development projects. So how do companies and universities work together? After the license is completed, usually there's a progressive transfer of the development from the university to the company. The professor usually continues to stay at the university and continue to do research in the field with academic funding. He's probably going to make some more improvements and the license may include rights to those improvements. If you do, they should be time limited, 2 or 3 years. Company may sponsor additional work in the professor's lab. And any new inventions made in the course of that get added to the license. Company may sign a consulting agreement with the professor to gain access to the know-how that's in his head. And the company make some of its resources available to the professor. They may be able to make the stuff on a much bigger scale. They may have specialized testing equipment, things like that that the professor couldn't afford, and they make those available. And then finally, the company may hire graduate students from the professor's lab. And that's really good, because if there's one thing universities like, it's for their graduates to get good, well-paying jobs. So what do we look for in a potential partner? A commitment to the technology. We want to make sure that there's a reason they want to do this. Does it fit with their business plan? Has what we've got an obvious line extension? Or is it an area that they really should want to get into? Do they have the resources, the financial resources to develop the technology? They're a big company, almost certainly. They're a small company, you need to be careful. Do they have people with the appropriate technical skills who understand this technology, who understand this marketplace? And here's the difficult one, particularly with a big company. Can we find a champion for the technology and the relationship within the big company at an appropriate level of seniority, that when something goes wrong, that's the person we can talk to and we can sort things out? And then finally, are they willing to strike a fair deal? Not 99% for me, 1% for you, but a fair and equitable distribution of the rewards. Are they prepared to make an appropriate resource commitment, what we call the due diligence provisions? And if you're dealing with a startup company or a small company without the resources to take the technology to market today, then you make milestones that they have to meet. You have to raise this much money by this time. You have to hire a chief technology officer by this time. And if they don't, that becomes a material breach and you can terminate the license. So that's what I wanted to say. I think I've done reasonably good on time. Questions? Thank you for listening. I mean that.
Hey, everybody, can you put your phones back on for a second? Sorry. Just a very quick thing. I know a few of you have asked for the presentations. Can I see a show of hands? How many people want to have these presentations emailed to them? I see you, Nadira. All right. We have them in Russian. That is an important note. Yes. Yes, I'm trying. Yes, I need email addresses. So for everybody who is here, just can you be sure that we have your email address before you leave? I think most of you should have registered with the QR code. So if we have your name, we should be able to get your email address as well. And you'll receive the presentations directly to you with English and Russian. Good, you understood that? Perfect. Thank you, everyone. Yes, thank you.
Каким будем давать? Просто она назовем, они вперед придут, эти станут в середине. Или пусть они тут стоят, да? Шмидурели. Все нажал. Bo'ldi? Hozir ketma-ket familiyani o'qiyman, chiqib. Birinchi bo'lib Aliyev Nizomiddin. Mahmudjanov Sarvar. Qanaqa? Allaniyazov Rustem. İlyasaliyev Davronbek. Hayitov Azizbek. Abdualimov Sirojiddin. Boyqobilov To'lqin. Sirojiddinmi siz? Aka, nariga borasiz. Hozir to'lqinaga to'xtab turamiz.
Aytdingizmi?
Aytdim, to'lqin. Karimova Nargiza. To'xtab turing. Karimova. Bulatov Xayrulla. Isamatova Jamila. Mardonov Ne'matullo. Chodboyev Shuhrat. Hozir. Ha, shunaqa. Said Ahmadov Said Umarxon. Ha, bu. Suvanov Boymurod. Abdurahmonov Sodiqjon. Tursun Jurayev Muqimjon. Jurayev Muqimjon. Ahmedjanov Asom. Akbarova Muazzam. Temirova Gulirano. Qo'ziboyev Shuhrat. Karamanov Sardor. Ashurova Zamira. Qodirova Barnoxon. Qodirova Barnoxon. Daniyarova Nafisa. Abdujalilova Dilnoza. Kurbanbayeva Nodira. Abdullayev Otabek. Zufarova Dilorom. Shoymardonov Orzuqul. Shoymardonov Orzuqul. Asabayev Dilshod. Asabayev Dilshod. Alaudinova Dilnoza. Doshanova Malika. Azizova Zarina. Obilov Sirojiddin. Shukurov Kamoliddin. Shukurov Kamoliddin. Eshtemirov Bunyod. Haydarov Hayrulloh. Mirzayeva Malika. Va oxirgisi Abdulhamid Abdurazzoqov. Без него всего этого не было. Yana bir bor qaytaraman, kelmaganlar Mahmudjonov Sarvar shu yerdamilar? Yo'q. Qodirova Barnoxon. Shoymardonov Orzuqul. Asabayev Dilshod. Fotogon rahmat. 2 kun kelib bizlar bilan birgalikda bo'lganinglar. Nima deysiz? Bo'ladi, beraveramiz. Kattakon rahmat shunchalik kelib qatnashganinglarga. Sizlarga mamnunlik bo'lgan deb umid qilamiz.